Hello, Checker, by the way. How's it going? Rainy old day here today. Got soaked walking. Right. Couple of bugs to fix. First thing. Need to stop the texture being evicted from the content cache. Collision textures for the animated rigs. Somehow. So eventually, I can highlight this guy using a collision texture. For some reason, this is eventually getting evicted, which means it will eventually, maybe after a minute or something, I can't remember how long it takes to get evicted, stop working. Right, so how is the collision texture even loaded in to start with? I think it's in here somewhere. So collision is here. Got the texture IDs, you see. So what is collision now? Collision is empty. My texture file loader, load. Here it is, collision add path. Collision. Context to get collision. Context. What's context? Set data. Right. We'll find the point that it gets loaded in. Data. I wonder if it never gets added in. Oh, place content. Which one is this? IMG. Place content. So it's here. My Fu Manchu, good morning Vietnam. How's it going? First thing I'm doing today is fixing a bug. I don't know if that's the first thing you should attempt on a day of coding, but it's what I'm trying to do. So place content. So what we're doing there is getting the content cache, putting the collision texture in, and then later it's being evicted. So place content should never evict anything that's placed into the cache in this way. So this is where the bug is. There's no options. So we're doing place asset and then we're doing never grows old. So this is not working. Right. Last used frame. Is the maximum U64. Might be getting some texture some integer overflow here. I'm good, thank you. Doing alright. I'm a bit tired today, but I'm okay. Oh, I hope you're alright as well. Ready for a day at it. Music's loud. So we might be getting some integer overflow, possibly. How do we check if it is old? So we're saying it never grows old. And returning the content. So content ID is 0638. Asset used. Just checking that it's not equal to the maximum. Is old. So what was the content ID? I think I'm just going to do here, saying if frame count is greater than 1024, frame is less than or equal to frame count minus 1024. Okay, let's just. That's for an image. Not for a texture. We go test age. Wait till it gets old. Don't know how long it might take. Alright. Asset 26. So this is actually the diffuse texture for the guy. Last use frame is 0, which is interesting. This is a no path, whatever that is. He doesn't have a path. That's something that was placed in the asset. Okay, so this is not. Last use frame should be maximum U64. So now it's gone. Okay. Stuff getting evicted all the time. So no path means it comes from place content. So what I might do is, rather than say no path, I might just call it no path reason place content. So what's happened here is it's meant to be saying it never grows old. Oh, I missed it. Result. Missed it. Try again. Weirdly, it's already set. Already set weirdly. So we're trying to break when this value changes. So it broke already. So something to do with sorting. Put the last used frame to 0. Bug in the sort. Bug in the sort. The asset is the editor asset. Lookup ID, other lookup ID. So the last used frame, interestingly. What's going on there then? So (638) last used frame is 0. Path reason place content last used frame is 0. Setting it to 0. Why is sorting them setting it to 0? What am I missing here? So this one is 702. And we set it to this, which is the maximum integer. Break when value changes. So 702. When we saw, it didn't change it. Well, interestingly, 638. 638 is in the cache. It's already in the cache there, with last use frame as 0. $702. So 638 asset. Oh. Okay. Maybe it's getting the wrong asset out. $638, right? Content ID and options. Find first. So content ID 638, options are empty. 638 assets. So it's for some reason pulling out this one. Asset is empty. malloc new pnew pend asset. Index 4. So put it on the end. So the lookup ID is 451. 451. We've got duplicate lookup IDs. That is the bug. All right. So what is a lookup ID? Where do we make that? What is an asset lookup ID? Get lookup ID. Path with the option, so it can't be on the path. The path is the same. Okay, there we go. Right. So lookup ID So it needs to be mixed with the content ID as well, I think. See if that fixes it. All right, okay. So we've got find asset. We don't necessarily have a content ID there. All right, so how are we going to do this then? It's no the lookup ID. What does this do? Does it do a when we actually want to find it? It does a lower bound. Just looks up on the lookup ID. Right, we need a different way of IDing then. That's what's going on. It's because we're supplying the same path for everything that is placed. So this is placed. The path is path reason. No path reason place content, but that's the same for every single one. So the path needs to have been changed here. I think it needs to be mixed with the ID. How do I want to do this then? So I do want to allow this. It'd have to be here, wouldn't it? We'd have to put in an option. Use like an option to use the lookup ID. I would say. To use the ID as the lookup ID. That might be the way to do it. So it'd be something like options, asset options, struct asset uses lookup ID. So we can just set the lookup ID, which is basically this. And then just say asset uses lookup ID like that. All right. Whoops, wrong button. So it's in append asset. Missed it. Try again. It's here. So we have our options. So we can say if options get asset uses the lookup ID else do that. We say lookup ID equals option ID. Right, so we'll do here, we'll go here. So we've got an option. Asset uses lookup ID. That one. 702. So the path is the path and the options. Well, the thing is, the options will. Now we've done that, the lookup ID will be unique anyway because they'll have different options, different option hashes. But it's okay. We'll set the lookup ID to 702. And then when we do this now, when we get the asset back out here, is it here? It's in place asset. So now we're here, about to load the collision one in. So now we should be using a different lookup ID. We should be using the lookup ID, which is 638, which is the one that we want. 638, which means we should have unique ones now. So 638. And then we do Never Grows Old, and hopefully it should not get evicted now. This is where we get evicted. It's not even there though. Interestingly, not there. So this is 709. I think it's not going to get evicted. So the reason why it's not there we're doing texture hash. We're doing get on the texture hash. And that's obviously returning empty. So we're doing find container, find asset. So it's the next one we want. Assets. So what we're looking for is 702. So we just want that one. Get ID. Get ID, content ID, and options. So this is where we've got the lookup ID as the options, the content ID. I wonder if we should say asset uses ID. As an option. The problem with doing this is it changes. The problem with doing specifying an option that it uses a lookup ID is it includes it in in the ID generation. Because if you've got two of the same asset and they have the different options, they are actually two different assets in the Content cache. We've solved one problem, but then that's introduced another one. Yeah. So the textures hash is different, really. That's what it means in the collisions hash. So what we're looking for, 702, which is this one. The lookup ID is 702. The content ID is 816. Interesting. The content ID and the lookup ID should be the same. All right, let's go back there. Don't need that one anymore. Oops, missed it. Try again. Yeah, this one. Texture loader, wherever that is. Spine. Animated rig data. Right, so this one. And this one. So the 702 one is for some reason. So we do this. We'll pass in. And then we're going to say it uses the lookup ID 702 and the ID is 702. The ID of the actual asset. The ID, we can say, is get ID content options. So we hash them together. Okay. So I think maybe when we do this place, whatever it is, go back. If we do asset uses ID, there's an option. So the ID here is 702. So when we get to here, just to make sure that we haven't introduced the same bug again. Six, 3, 8. Oh, really? They're not going well. That's a shame. So now we are hashing with, so it should be, if we say asset uses ID, it should give different lookup IDs. So it gives us the lookup ID of 817. Which is unique. Okay, so that might work actually. So what I'm going to do is remove this. Don't need it. All going very smoothly, eh? Yeah, man. Wow, really? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do, is there now? Alright, there we go. That's fixed it. Hopefully now this will never get evicted. Have another conversation with more failing tests, more tests failing. Oh, really? Today's his last day. Oh, man. This is some collision getting evicted, but I don't think it's part of. It's not the one that we are using for collision detection. Yeah, I can still do it. So is there a bit of an exodus of people? That's a bad sign, isn't it? People get up and leave. Okay. I think we're good. I think we are good. So we can get back on to reflections now. The grass doesn't reflect. Now this is going to need a shader because I haven't written a shader to reflect to like flip grass yet. What I might do is just alter the existing shader for now. Try and get the grass to render upside down. It's just the bending. It needs to flip Y but still bend the right way. So, grass. Let's see if we can get the grass to render upside down. Should be fairly straightforward because it's just a geometry scale. Why world? Can I just do this? Did that even do anything? Zero. Doesn't appear. Are we reloading geometry shaders? Definitely reloading pixel shaders. We'll just create a compile error here. Here we get it. Oh, maybe that's just So Y is here, isn't it? That's in world space, so that's to do with the wind. It's not to do with the drawing. There we go, got some upside down grass. Question is, where did it flip? I should put the mouse there. I don't think that's actually what we want to do. We don't want to flip it there, we want to flip it right on the point. Problem is I can't remember how this works. I think the point is at least in Y, the origin should be right at the blade of the grass. Let's have a look. So there, yeah, that's the origin. Plus mag scale. What is mag scale? Ah, right. I remember now. We're doing it in segments, so what we're doing is we're doing that, and then we're doing along on X, pending a new vertex, and then so we actually need the flip point is position XY. It's XY position input 0. What is it? Input 0 position dot Y. So flip Y origin. Input 0 position Y. Maybe it's this. Wow, that crashed the GPU. Whoops. Hopefully that didn't ruin the stream. Maybe it's greater than -1. Seems wrong. XY world. Maybe it's just this. Oh, I've already done that. It's to do with and that is drawing it upside down. Is that correct? Is that it? Is that all it is? Find a mouse there. It might be it. It might be it. I think we have to shift it down as well. To end up there. I think what I need to do is open a prefab with only a little bit of grass in it. It's hard to tell because of the there's so many of them. Alright, let's just put one on the origin. Definitely not. It is flipping around the origin, just past the origin though. That is squashing it. That's not actually a translation. Okay, mag scale. So let's just not change the positions of V. I don't see anything there though. So let's go. Who's that? Can we just translate it by doing this? Box is broken again. Fetch that. So if we +1 on, so that seems to be, whoops. Can't translate it like that. I think what I'm going to have to do, get a pix capture of the actual mesh that it's generated. Let's capture that. It's pick captured the wrong window though. Why does it do that? It's captured the content browser. Okay, try again then. All right. I'm going to get rid of the content browser. Let's capture this. Check it actually does capture the right window. Nope. Nope. Content browser's not even. There we go. Content browser's not even open. Still wants to capture it. Okay. So it's here. So it's not exactly on 0. There. It's probably because of the origin. It's probably flipped it there. So we need to minus the actual origin off. then do the flip, then add it on again. Or just minus 2 times the origin. Okay. Or we just have a bias. That would be handy. In the grass, a reflection bias. So there is coming there. It's drawing the actual, starting it here. And then it is flipping it. No, what is it doing? Let's just take a pix capture of that as well. Cool. Okay. So it is flipping properly. So let's, where this is rendered, the renderer for grass, where's that? Let's have a quick look. The origin. So do we pass the origin in? We don't pass the origin in. Which we kind of need to do now. XYUV3. Do we have any spare slots though? Got one there. That's good. We only need to actually pass in the origins Y. Or we could just pass in the bias. There. Might be better with the bias, because then we can just tune it. Yeah, we'll pass in the bias there. So I'm gonna go not really there's so many of them. Need to reduce the number of the calls down, and then here all of these really. I've biased both of these. More grass stuff. There's two in here. They're nowhere near each other. I know they're here, look. Bias can go here in this spare slot. All right, cool. So this is need to want to say we've got two to remove there. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there. Let's see if we can remove that. We'll fix these compilers first. Draw grass texture in world. I wonder if these can just, oh, so many different ones, whether they can just disappear. This is sprite Z bias. Where are we now? Yeah. So this is sprite reflection. Well, this is just 0 in this case. There's no bias here. Okay, so the renderer, not the renderer, the game board content grass renderer. Draw grass texture in world. We want instance reflection bias. Not there though. In the reflector we do. We'll do this for now. Should be 0. Testing. Thanks for the follow, Vizwak. Hope you're alright. Got any questions, just ask, no problem. There are so many different ones here. I just put bias in all of them, you know, because it's getting confusing. Everything to do with grass. That's a bias now. Grass, 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 grass. Okay. Hey there. Do you think that resources like CS50, intro courses into computer science? Ooh, interesting. If it agrees with your brain, if they present the material in a way that's easy for you to learn from, go for it. People learn lots of different ways though. My preferred method of learning is to copy examples out. So if they have lots of examples, so you have their example on the right and your example, like your implementation on the left, and then you copy it through line by line and you investigate why it's working the way it's working. That's what I like to do. I've not heard of CS50 before though. Some people like learning from videos, some people like learning from textbooks. It's a bit subjective. Yeah, no problem. What I would say about programming is like, it's like a good creative kind of pursuit. So if you're looking for something creative, it's really good. And it's a marathon, not a sprint really, so it takes quite a long time. But it's worth it. It's really good. I enjoy it. Like learning an instrument, I suppose. Yeah, it's the perfect application of maths, I think. Especially game development or game engine development. It's like, if you're wanting to apply maths and physics to something, it's awesome. I learned from just copying examples though. Yeah. I got textbooks. And even now if I'm wanting to learn something, I try and find like an example library. So for instance, You know, if you wanted to learn like graphics, Vulkan and Microsoft publish a lot of examples of how to do things, and it's just source code, so you can just go through it line by line, see how it's all working. But if you can get the programming bug, it's really good. Definitely. Okay, so if I load up this now, we have the reflection bias, which is 0, which is getting passed to the GPU now. So the only problem with doing it by reflection bias like this is it going to be one blade at a time. It might just be worth passing origin.y in. Like, what is the origin? 0.2. So it might be worth just passing origin.y. For grass. So this would be instance origin.y would be the reflection bias. We'll keep it separate just in case you do want to have different reflection bias. By default, it should be instance origin.y. So that gives us the little translation we need to line it, the reflection up. Yeah, so Viswak, what I'm doing is I'm putting reflections in. So when you have these pools or rivers or whatever, yeah, they reflect. The grass doesn't reflect yet. So I'm just going through the shader. Bearing in mind I wrote this shader a long time ago. Just working out how to flip it upside down, basically, because that's going to be how we generate the reflections. And you flip it upside down, fairly straightforward. Just close a bunch of stuff. This flips upside down here. So if I do that, it flips upside down, but it's not exactly right. It needs to. So see how, like, when it's the right way up, it's directly on the red line, and when it flips upside down, it's a little bit off the red line. So it needs to get translated back up, and that's what that bias will do. Yeah, developing the whole engine. Yeah, it's nearly there actually. The engine now. I'm going to make a game with it. See, it's flipped all the grass upside down there. Ooh, and the light, this light's gone a bit skewish actually. Not sure what that is, that's a different bug. It's using the wrong texture for the light. Get to that. An engine is never nearly there. So when I say nearly there, it's nearly stable enough to do some gameplay coding. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's never there. There's always, we can always add more to it. So we have the bias now, which is this pad. Where can we put it? We've got result data 2.x is 0 there. Oh, because we're actually doing stuff. So this is moving the actual grass blade by the looks of it, as when dynamic objects walk through it. Didn't know he supported that. That's cool. Right. So we need a space. VS output. So what are we using? We're using all of it. Data 0, data 1, data 3. Where's data 2? Oh, data 2 is being added to. Only the X though. So we could do result data 2, but Y is the bias. And then we just need to work out what we do to translate this up. Got dispex, that's the X1. Okay, that's just a bend to wind bend thing. You'd think we'd just go +1 to move it up in 1, but it doesn't. It moves it right up there. Ah, so it moves it probably by, this is probably by why doesn't that work? Why doesn't that? Maybe we can do it here. Maybe we don't need the bias. Maybe it's, oh, it's because it's in the wrong space. Try that. Yes. So it's 2 times bias, I think, because we need to move it back, flip it, and then move it. So that's just in the flipped one. So what we need is a different type of grass. Blade. Maybe actually on a different Y, just to make sure. So we do this. See how far away it is. That's gone. But then we need to do 2 times bias. Not quite, actually. So is that to do with... So it's there. -1. 2 times bias. That's it. So that's the shader we need to flip it. How do I want to do this? Could do it all here. So we can pass bias through. Bias. On this flip here is just, so bias is data to input not, so we could actually, yeah, what bias is input not data to dot y. So this is -1 if bias is set, essentially. So can we do this? That looks good. Which means actually we can do it on, no, can't do it on seg count. So I might just do bias over seg count, and this is bias -1 else 1, like that. Okay, which means, so if we just compile this up, if bias is set, it'll reflect it. If it's not set, it won't reflect it. So in the renderer now, what is it? Game board content now should be 0, right? So if we push 0 in there, it's not reflected. Anything else means it's reflected. So what we need to do is put one blade of grass there. Not reflected yet. And then I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break to make more coffee, and then we will put in the code which draws the reflected version, and then it should be good. Back in 2 minutes. Okie. So what we need to draw the we need a reflector. So we'll do that here. So we want a reflection renderer, which takes in the reflector. So we need, before we reflect it, we just need to get the actual the bounding box of the grass cell. Now do we want to do it by grass? There's a lot of grass cells. Yeah, probably do. So let's get the bounding box, this grass cell. So do we have it? Cell. We don't. We do have the texture though. So we've done a bounding box off a texture before. This is it. Plus cell position. I think it's just cell position plus offset. Cell position minus instance origin plus offset. So we'll do to draw this. Make sure it's correct. Oh, that's right to me. White box there. Beeswax, thanks for the compliments. Even though it was 15 minutes ago. Thank you. Right. So, what do we need? We need the texture. Get it out like this. And then we want to go if not. So now we're seeing if we want to be reflected. We have to be inside the reflector bounds to be reflected. If we're not, we'll return. And then we'll get the Z. This happens here, doesn't it? We are doing it once per grass cell. Grass cell is basically a grass blade, which is quite a lot of work, but we'll see. Then we want to go if Z is behind the reflector Z. Let's continue, it's not return. Meaning we're behind the pond, behind the thing. We're not going to reflect either, because we're not in front of it. Otherwise, we're going to draw it. Instead of 0, here's that. P and then P.Y. No, was it instance.origin.y, wasn't it? So we don't need P. See what happens then. See if it's in the right place. Or not drawn at all. Right. Oh, I know why. We need to actually support it on the back end of the renderer. So it's the Grassing World call. So it's just draw grass in world. So the render, the reflection, our reflection batch, here it is. So we'll do case e-material type grass in world, draw grass in world, e-list. So apparently we need to pass the token in. I'm not sure what that's about. Reflection token. Reflection matrix. Don't think we need a reflection matrix for this. We're doing it just in the shader. We'll see. Okay, well, nothing happened. What I need to do is grab hold of it and move it. So what's the reflection matrix? That's the only thing that I think is different. I mean, it's going through a different shader. Alright, I'm gonna fix this. Have a look at what's happening on the GPU. We probably need... Hang on a second. Okay, we probably need to rebuild the reflection targets. Do this for now. This is a little shortcut just to rebuild them every frame. Usually we only rebuild them when things pass over the reflection area and change what's reflected. Well, it's still not there. There's something there. It's not in the right place. Something is being reflected though. I can see it there. It's to do with that reflection matrix. It's this. It's the green bit. So the reflect, we probably, what it is VP, what's VP? VP constants. So we're passing in the actual matrix to actually do the multiplication with here. And this we're just using the normal camera matrix. So it's probably that. We just need to pass in the new matrix. Which probably means a new shader. It's fine. And a new root signature. All right. So we'll do it here. We'll do it down here. So this is VS main reflected. It means we don't need this if statement anymore. And this one can get put back to what it used to be. Which is 1. No bias. Basically that. Alright, so we want root sig reflected. Which has this constant buffer in it. Not a constant buffer. These GPU constants in them. Root constants. Put it here. And I actually need it, the buffer itself. So this is root sig reflected. And this now is VP rather than cameras VP. And then we need to do this. VS main reflected. And we want to see if it builds. Which it does, which is good. Okay. And now DX12 pipeline, we need to do reflected grass. So where is the grass? Grass. Make a new one. Or grass reflected. So it's making a new shader basically. Just grass VS main reflected. GS main, PS main. Okay. Build that. And in the canvas, our grass world, we want to copy this. We want draw grass reflected. And the rest of them, the reflection ones, take the light to the reflection token before the mesh, so we'll do that as well. And then basically the same as draw grass in world, except the PSO is grass reflected. And we need to set this table, these constants. Root constants. Put in the place of 0. Reflection token. Oh, we've done it in the wrong place. Here, we need to set constants instead of the cameras. Then in draw reflection batches, or reflection batch. We've actually called this, oh that's fine, it's fine. Called it draw lightning strike reflected. And then draw grass reflected in world, so it's different naming, but whatever. We're passing that. So now we're actually hopefully going to be using the correct matrix. Or we'll crash. Right. Right. This work. It should work. See where it crashes. The vertex shader is empty. Shader group name. VS main reflected. Usually means a typo. Found the pixel shader. Found the compute shader, but not the vertex shader. VS main reflected. Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, can't find it, man. VS main reflects or pipeline. Shaders. These are all the shaders. Okay. It's probably because we're not running the asset compiler, actually. Generating the shader group files properly. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay. Well, we do get some different errors now instead of a crash, which is good. Not fully bound on the root signature. Signature mismatch. So let's have a look. We're not filled out the root signature properly. Oh look, we've got root constants there as well. So what we could do are these root constants, the outline color. I think we can get rid of that. Not binding it anyway. No, we still have a problem. We're in a shader, it's so long. Let's put them down here, where the other ones were. Root signature doesn't match the vertex shader. Yeah, I mean that if it's to do with... Alright. That says it should work. So where is it getting the root signature from? The pixel shader. It's getting the root signature from the pixel shader. That's the problem. Right. Okay. So we need another one. No, not flipped, reflected. Not that one though. We want this one. It's because it's getting the root signature from pixel shader. Okay. It's called PS main reflected. So now, Invossy, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So in the pipeline now, the grass reflected is PS main reflected. See if that works. Alright, seems to. Check we get no errors. We do. Hope you're doing alright today, Invossy. Hope you're well. Okay. So this is the static buffer in grass. So I think we'll reorder these. So we've got, that's not, that's, no, it's like this, I think. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Not great, oh really? Yeah, man. Learning to walk away is hard, isn't it? Ooh, what's that then? Is it that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Going for brief for a distraction, yeah. No problem. It was a final issue of 3D stuff there. Ah, right, great. Yeah, awesome, that's great. Motion blur culling, artifacts, pair. Air's good. Mismatching types. Can't remember how this works, man. So let's have a look at normal grass. So we've got the camera, static. Ah. Hard to debug crash at times. Ah, yeah, okay, cool. Engine develop's going alright. Just putting reflections in now. I'm in DirectX at the moment. I haven't been in DirectX for a long time, so I'm just going a bit slow. But it's going alright. Reflections are nearly in, just got to get grass. I'll show you. I'll just have to turn this off. To remember how all this works, this descriptor table stuff. There you go. The guy reflecting and some barrels and the light and the explosion. Getting a lot of DirectX. Oh, getting a lot of bounding boxes there. Hang on. Yeah. But it's been going okay. Yesterday was good. Today's a bit slower because I'm doing graphic stuff now. I haven't done in a while, so it just takes me a bit time to get up to speed. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff wrong actually because of all this stuff. What I'm working on. Can't show you it, unfortunately. Just a few bounding boxes, yeah. Yeah, I've got these errors at the moment, but that's just because I'm working it out. I'm putting a reflection in for this grass blade. Yeah, this bunch of grass. But I don't know how, I can't really remember how this works. It's this one that I need to comment out. No problem, no problem. All right. So, what is going on then? Right. So B1. I think B1, if I remember rightly, is the static global buffer. Okay, so we're actually in the wrong... We've got the wrong... No, we haven't. We're setting the right. So it says PSO topology triangle list there. Still triangle list there. So obviously that has no bearing. Set the topology to point list. That one sets fine, so that is some compute shader stuff at the bottom there. That is that one. B1 is the static. There's a problem with that. So what happens if we do this as well? Crash, straight up crash. Ah, okay. So this is the texture's on 0. And then the matrix on 1. Right. Okay. Still don't see it though. Apparently we are setting... I want to know is why... we need to set the camera at 0. Don't want to actually set the camera at all. Root parameter index 0. So reflection flipped Y. Then root constants. Then the dynamic buffer. So the grass is the root constants and T0 space 1. which is textures. So I think textures comes first. Try that. So what is T0 space 1? T0 space 1 is cameras. Ah, okay. So that's what's going. That goes away. Not there though. T0 space 1 is cameras. B0 space 1 is the render window. B1 space 0 is static. B2 space 0 is dynamic. T0 space 0 is textures. And then 4 is the dynamic object buffer. T0 space 3. Remembering how this works now, is the dynamic object buffer. There we go, yeah. Nope. Root signature does not match vertex shader now. All right. Compare with a modified. I'm going to check the descriptor tables are the same. Yeah. The root signature is the same. Okay. Space 1. Register space 1. Base shader register 0. Where's that then? So that's the camera. T0 space 1. We're using it somewhere else. Using it there. Just there and there. Doesn't tell me what shader it is though. I remember out the syntax. So let's just get rid of this for a sec. Check which one it is. No, I can't do that. It says it's missing the cameras, I believe, but then it's not using the cameras from wherever I can see. It's this shader that's using the cameras. Oh, look, look. No, it's not. It's there as well. Okay, no, that's my fault. Invmag X. So we need some more stuff. Right. If I comment these out, it should compile. Instructions should not reason on it. Yeah, well, comment them out. Put 0 in. Want to work though because we don't have the invmag. Must be the inverse xmag. Okay, there we go. So what is invmag? So we need more things. Invmag and invmag x. Inverse mag. So the camera buffer is invmag. Where would it be? Make cameras resident. Cameras. Renderer cameras. Render a camera. Inv xmag, inv ymag. Is 1 over the camera's xmag, 1 over the camera's ymag. Right, okay. So we need those as well. So all I'm going to do here is put that here. And then this is going to be invmag. And this is going to be invmag x. And pipeline now, where would we be? The canvas where we draw. Where is it? Fast reflection. The reflection token needs it. So we need to do this. Two floats. The reflection token has the reflection matrix. We need the xmag essentially. So we need like vec2. Ymag. Or the invmag. And then this would be invmag 16. That needs to get set. So in the canvas, when we build the reflection, so what's this? How does that work? Pond, begin pond. The reflection token. Reflection camera, reflection matrix. So token invmag equals 1 divided by reflection camera for an xmag, 1 divided by reflection camera for an ymag. That actually needs to happen on the river as well. Wherever we basically do a reflection. So let's just look at token reflection matrix. So it's there, and there. What's this? There. And there. Okay. Alright, while these ads are running, I'm just going to make a cup of tea or something. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Disaster has struck. Run out of milk. I'll have to go and get a Pepsi Max later. Alright, so let's go back then to the canvas and see about this. Oh, immediate crash. This is before it's even reached main. Okay, let's just rebuild. You don't need to crash before you've even reached main, do you? You can see how blooming old this is. There's no default initializers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my graphics head into gear soon. I haven't done any graphics programming for a long time. Over a year, I would say. But once I get up and running, it should be fine. Okay, so hopefully... Oh. Grass now. We have to specify how many constants we want. 18. Does it have to be a multiple of 4? Or is it just gonna break? I don't think it has to be a multiple of 4. Just rebuild this. This build tool is not working anymore now. This build tool is a thing it builds amongst other things that shaders. What's going on there? Oh, I built the wrong one. No! I meant to build shaders and I built Sci-Fi Gardener instead. Well. Shaders, build. Right, cool. So let's just change this. It's working again now. Alright, good. No complaints from DirectX there. Right, cool. So we're not... No errors coming out of the console. No reflection though. But at least we're not erroring. Got some Z fight in there. Okay, so let's fix this and see if we're using the right shaders and stuff, and then we'll debug from there. Right. So I tried to draw it. Looks like it's drawn the wrong thing though. Reflected, flipped Y. Pipeline state. Shader. Wrong shader. Oh, it's this one. Oh, there it is. Right, okay. So the geometry shader needs more stuff. It's just drawing it very small. Okay, probably to do with the width and height of the width and height of the viewport, probably. Width, height, world. Width and height and world. That's of the actual grass blade, I believe. Input UVZW. It's the inverse Xmag. Still think it's the main camera's inverse Xmag. It's not the reflected cameras. It's the actual main cameras. So is this get camera state? No. Get camera. All right. Right, that then. Back now, how's it going in Vossi? So it is there. Somewhere. So this is the original cameras. X mag and Y mag. Take care, Vossi, take care. Alright, we'll pick that. Yeah, that's actually even smaller, that's down there. Right. I think what we have to do is first, I think actually it possibly is the reflection cameras. is not do it with a flip first. So oh, it is a different geometry shader as well. Actually, so I think we'll do this. We'll do bias. Bias is data 2. X. And here, dot Y even. Here is 1. Here is -1. Okay, so let's just not do this for now. Oh, bias is not even... It is there, it is there. Let's not even do it for now. Width, height, world. So that's the width and height of the grass blade in the world. Okay, so now we're not doing any flipping at all. Let's see what we're looking at here. There it is. So why is it so small? It's because the scale is wrong. Go on the Octonauts. Man, I haven't seen Octonauts in ages. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Cool Troop, how's it going? Ben the developer. How's it going? Hope you're alright. So the scale. Okay, that's the wrong shader to start with. No, it's the right shader. Doing amazing, awesome. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. Oh yeah. It's upgraded now. She likes K-pop demon hunters now. Wizwak, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Been a long time, yeah. Coup Trooper. I'm just debugging some shader stuff. I haven't done shaders in a long time, so it's taken me a while. So it seems mag scale is wrong. This is very small, you probably can't see this. There we go. So input UVZW. Is the inverse mag, which is 1 over the distance in world space from the center of the screen to the edge of the screen, which here, how big is this? 319 in X. So 319 is 32 pixels per world unit, so it's about 10 divided by 2. It's about 5, so this should be like about 1 over 5.2. Yeah, I am, yeah. Doing some shady stuff. So we're saying it's 0.2. What actually is it? Where would I even find that out? Here. Yeah, I'm just working on getting the grass blades to reflect. But it means another geometry shader. 0.2. 0.2 is correct. Right. I have to remember how this grass shader even works, which I don't currently remember. So 0.2. So the scale so this is 0.2 times 1 times bias over seg count. So we'll work on the X one now. Input not position XY. Okay, so this is in screen space. So like 1 to -1 to +1, I think. Let's test that out. Well, how do we test that out? Can't at the moment. plus 0.2. Times the width. Seems right. It seems right, that. So the mag scale is essentially too small. That's what the problem is. So if we just do like 2 times. Ten times. You can see it's there, look. There it is. It's in the bubble. So what is that scale to make it correct? So the flip's okay, we can do the flip. The flip is where what we do 2 times bias, then we do the flip like this. And then if we up the scale again, there it is, it's flipped. The scale is wrong. So that's the reflection. Invexmag.x. So it's ZW and data naught Y. ZW data naught Y. Invmag X. Check this. This should be 0.2. Which is too small. There's a reflection, it's just in the wrong place and the wrong size. So result position, what I'm going to do is P, wherever that is. I'm going to put in as the colour. I'm going to do that. Or actually not P, V position XY. I'm going to put in as the colour. Wipe over it. And then I'm just going to output input.color. Right, so that goes. I think we need to actually we need to output .5 plus a half. So it's from -1 to +1. So that goes from -1 to +1, right? So in here it should be the same if the Xmag is correct, which I'm pretty sure it is. What does that mean then? So it's like 5, 5, 0.2. So if we go, that means if we go so the world unit would be 0.2. That is correct. In 0, so if this was 0, this was 1, and it's 5 world units. The world unit in the clip space would be 0.2. So what I want to know is why that is not working. Input ZW. New VXY is width, height, world. Okay. Possibly if this needs to be here. Look at that, now we have a reflection. Oh my word. It took too long. Awesome. Awesome though. Alright, cool. Let's check that in. Yeah, I wasn't scaling it. But the magic scale factor was the width and height of the grass blade in world units. I was actually just making every grass blade 1 by 1 world unit. Alright. Awesome. So let's open up this one. Difficult to see at all if they are reflecting. Are we doing it? Well, difficult to see. So let's do reflection mix. I actually think I need to. I don't think it is scaling. I don't think it is reflecting even. How do I grab hold of? Here we go. Okay, so the origin and the grab point there is wrong. I think it is reflecting though. It's difficult to see. I'm a bit backwards there. Reset that. Alright, you can see there's no reflection distortion there. So it is reflecting. Don't know how much it really adds to it. Given how expensive it probably is to reflect them. So there is a Y thing going on here as well. Not a Y thing, well, a Z thing. Which I think is probably correct. I think it's probably correct if you think about the reflection of, like, the grass in front of the light will be in front of the reflection as well. So we kind of need just not a lot of reflection distortion. There's none there. And then we also want reflection mix to be a bit higher. I don't know really. Okay, let's stop generating the reflection targets every frame. And when we actually draw the grass, we need to append a reflection. Maybe we don't do it with grass. So if we wanted the reflection target to update when the grass moved, we would put in a little bit of code there to regenerate the reflection target, but it's so subtle, I don't know if we need to do that. It saves some performance. After going through that, I don't know if I really like it. Having the grass reflected. I don't know. Keep it in for now, as soon as we put in all that effort. Let's put on some different stuff, different music. So this is probably quite expensive to do this. I would say. Let's have a quick. We'll just pix this. Still runs at 60, so it's all right. And this is a debug build. Maybe we do want the grass blade Z reflection bias as well, so we can. Ooh, testing the fire alarm there. So we can, if we want, alter. Because that, to me, even though it is correct, it looks a little bit like. See, there's a gap there. It's hard to point it out with the mouse. There's a gap which real reflection wouldn't have. It's more noticeable out here, actually, I think. So it'd be nice to be like, if that ever happens and we want to do fine tuning, we could click on it. And we do have a reflection bias here. Oh, that's on the brush though. We need to put it here. In this bit of code in the grass content data. So we could do that. We'll do that now. First though, let's just pix, because I did want to just have a quick look at what was happening. See if it was having to. I think, like here for instance, it does have to regenerate every frame. The reflection texture, because this guy's moving all the time. If this guy wasn't here, it wouldn't have to do it. If we put in a little bit of code to say when the grass moved, regenerate it, that'd be extra performance, but like an extra performance hit, but it's so subtle, we probably won't do that. So I'm just going to capture this. Did it capture the right thing? No, it didn't. Captured the blooming wrong window. Try again. So we might put in another variable, which is like the reflection amount. So we can actually change the reflection mix here on the actual pond. But we might put it on individual things as well that contribute to the reflection. How much they mix into the reflection. That's something else to do. Alright, let's try and get proper pix capture. No, not that one. Yes, that one. So it isn't too bad because we cull a lot of it out. To be fair, I don't know if there's any grass on there. Oh, there is. And it does it in one draw call. So this is the reflection texture. And that's what it looks like. It's so noisy. It's so noisy that it doesn't really add anything. So this is a river. Oh look, that's wrong. That's probably the... Well, that could be wrong. It might be a Z order thing. Could be a Z order thing. Just thinking with the cloth there, what would you expect to see? What does the main scene look like? So I think that is wrong. It's probably not actually wrong in the code. I think what it is I've altered the reflection bias of just the light and not the sprite itself. I think that's what's happened there. Yeah, I don't know what I would expect to see. Yeah, I think I would definitely expect to see that. Behind. Let's make a smaller example. So I mean, that is correct. That just is correct. That's how it would normally look. Let's do... So is that going... I think that is right. I think that is right. I'm wondering if by default we have grass reflection off. And then we turn it on for a few choice blades, basically. You know, so we can have it more as an artistic thing. So it is supplied, but it's just not for every blade, you know. Yeah. So there's some things to work on. So I think what the first thing I want to do is have so this reflection bias is for the brush, it's not for the actual data. So we need a reflection bias here, and then we want a reflection mix, which is like how much it contributes to the reflection. And if it's 0, which it will be by default for grass, it doesn't. And then we can turn it up if we want a few choice. So we might want some, like, you know, set pieces like this where the grass does reflect, but almost all the time probably not. And that'll save on performance as well. Okay, so let's go to the game board editor. Game board editor. And then we want the left panel. Was it properties for grass? And then each cell now needs a reflection bias. And I'm going to put a shadow bias in as well, just preempting, because we're going to have to do this with shadows as well. And the reflection bias and probably reflection mix. So we want canvas, draw text box, reflection bias. Yeah. Then we want canvas, draw text box, reflection mix. So we want, which one do we want? Title. We want min max, not to 1. Check that's the right API for that. Other way around. And then we want draw the text box, shadow bias. And then what we want when we're actually drawing it in the reflection is we want to go if cell reflection mix is 0, continue. Alright, while this ads are going on, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, coffee time. Quest of Joy, how's it going? No milk, unfortunately, so I've got Pepsi instead. Mickey Maven, how's it going? This ads count has crashed. So I'm just working on reflections at the moment. Pooping time. Hope you're alright, Quest of Joy. So I'm putting in, working on the grass basically. I want the grass to reflect sometimes, but if I open a more complicated level, to have all this grass reflect, it looks a bit noisy, I think. So what I'm going to do, what I've done is, oops, let's go back. So if you want to do an artistic choice, make an artistic choice, you can reflect some grass blades. So I've got put this reflection mix in. So if you turn that up there, right now it's just on or off, I think. But it's going to be a Boolean value, I think. if I can make it a Boolean value. That'd be a bit hard. Like not a Boolean value, sorry, a floating value. So blend it in. That might make it a bit hard actually to make it, because I'd have to go down to the shader to get blended onto the. So it might actually be a Boolean on or off, whether it reflects or not. And then if you want to make an artistic choice, like reflect this grass blade down here. Unfortunately, those are in the wrong place at the moment. You can actually turn it on, rather than have all of them on. All of them on looked a little bit noisy. Kind eyes. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I'm just working on this. And then the actual reflection bias needs to go in as well. So that might actually, yeah, thinking about it, having a mix is quite difficult, because it means when we make the actual map, everything's got to be blended on with a mix value, which would work for the grass. It would work for the grass. It wouldn't work for the animated rigs. Yeah, I might make it a Boolean value, actually. So reflect. What is reflector? Your own engine, yeah, that's right, yeah. That's what I'm making, yeah. I think that's the wrong place to do it. We need to do it in cell. Yes, I'm making an engine. And then with the engine, I'm going to make a game as well, hopefully. The engine's kind of nearly ready to. So I've got a lot of gameplay stuff already written, actually, prototyped out, that uses the engine, but it's not visual stuff. It's more like gameplay systems. And then I'm going to, yeah, nearly ready. So I've got to do like a few things, like finish off the renderer. So I need to put shadows in. And then I need to build out this world system thing. So when you do quests and things, they get put in like this. The plan is to have them currently, like if you make a level and then you put a quest in the level, the quest is in that level in memory. So if you load the level in, the quest is there, or at least the ability to start the quest is there. And then if you unload it, you can't start the quest, which seems like logical. But if you want to just query whether the quest is started or available or something, it's more difficult because it's not in memory. So I'm going to make a world thing where all the quests go in there and everything. Need to do you, I don't know what you mean. Alright, so this is reflector. That's false. So that can be a checkbox actually. reflector. It's not a text box, it's a checkbox. And then we can say if not cell is reflector, continue. Change the wrong thing here. What are you using for graphics in CPP? So DirectX 12 is the back end of the renderer at the moment. And then for drawing stuff, you can like import Photoshop files if you want, or PNGs or whatever really. Generally I work with Photoshop files, so draw something in Photoshop and then the engine can just talk to Photoshop basically and import stuff over and hot load stuff and stuff like that. So now it's just a reflector, whether it reflects or not. And I think that's fine. And that needs to get saved. Reflector. Is reflector. Call it is reflector. But yeah, like you could make the back end of the renderer anything you want. So if you wanted to do a Vulkan one, you could do that. It's not particularly tied to an API. Like when you're doing day-to-day work on it, you don't talk to DirectX or anything. You don't code with it. You just code with the front end of the renderer, which is called the canvas. All right. So you can turn the reflection on and off. And then what I'm going to do is put that here. And then just be like, if cell is reflector, have that. Might do shadow first as well. And then in the content, so where we actually draw it, this is plus cell reflection bias. So the reflection bias is like if we want to move the reflection for any reason. How the hell is your engine being updated real time as you make changes in your code? So that is not a thing that I support. Not the code changes. You can update. You can hot load assets. Hot loading code. I mean, it is Visual Studio tries to do it, but it is a bit slow. So if I want to make a change to the code, I do have to restart. So I can make a reflector. And then once it's a reflector, I've got the shadow bias there, so I can move it. So I can position it. So say it was like off the floor, the reflection bias and the shadow bias would be different. And hopefully, so did that. Oh, we didn't actually save the shadow bias, the reflection bias either. So we need to save the reflection bias and the shadow bias. So I'll just make entries into this list here. And it gets added to the save system. So it's nice and easy to start saving new things. Quest of Joy, do you do any coding? Done anything like that? Thanks for the follow as well. Alright, so it saved the fact it was a reflector. It didn't save the bias, so there we go. Trying to learn SDL and C. Oh yeah, cool. That's all you need to build your own engine, really. SDL and C. I mean, you don't even need SDL really, but lots of engines use SDL. Nice. Simple Pong game, 280 meg of RAM. Yeah, that's alright. What have we got here? Heap committed 280 actually. So that's not everything. That's like it doesn't include DirectX, that, or any kind of X audio or any of the, the audio engine. 280 on my side so far. This is only for this small level. It'll probably go up quite a lot if I load a bigger thing. Look, we've lost we've lost a bunch of stuff there. Okay, so that is that is this. So I might call this just cell reflector or cell.isReflector. Should get in the habit of doing that, really. Back in the day, we had one bite and we had to share it. I do remember back in the 360 days, Xbox 360 days, like coding on that. That's like 512 meg of RAM for everything. And they ran GTA 5 on that, 512 megs of RAM. That's mental, innit? Whoops. Okay, that's broken for some reason. Can't touch it anymore. No layer select, so it didn't load any layers. So that's a reflector. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit annoying having to make the grass all reflecting blade by blade. to be fair, I don't think most of the game will have reflecting grass. Yeah, this is definitely broken. What have I done to break that then? I would probably... That's crazy. You don't need STL. You don't need it. No. But lots of engines use it. This engine doesn't use STL, no. DirectX complicated. DirectX 12 is quite complicated. It's complicated, I think, for a new programmer, yeah. If you've been programming graphic stuff, you'll probably be like, you've got experience in that, you'll probably be fine. If you've just started programming graphics, then use like OpenGL or something. That's nice and easy to get going. Right, so that is back. So if you did want to make a few artistic choices of reflections, we could do that. We could say like put one there. Unfortunately, all these anchor points are in the wrong place. Put one there. So it's like grass does reflect, but just not everything. And that's like cheaper as well. Cheaper on the old Paw renderer. More boilerplate, yeah, it is. It's more boilerplate and it's more confusing when things go wrong, I think. You need to get in the zone with it, I've found. Like, I just went back there and put in a shader for reflecting this grass. And because I hadn't coded it in like a year or so, I was like, what is going on? And it took me like 20 minutes to realise what to do. So it is a bit more confusing. Okay, well, we've got reflections in for grass then. I think that's kind of everything as well for reflection. So this is like a little bit of like, yeah, artistic license for the grass. It's not gonna, like, everything else gets automatically reflected. The grass, I'm choosing to turn it on. Because when everything was on and all the grass was reflecting, it just looked so noisy. It didn't look good. And you know, if we do end up wanting levels where all the grass is reflected, then we'll just do that. What I do need to do is whenever I am dragging anything, I want all of the, like, these are all the grass blades. I want all of the like yellow lines and purple boxes to go away if we're dragging something. Do you do much DirectX, My Fu Manchu, or anything like that? Okay, cool. So we definitely do want the rest of the things to say whether they're reflectors or not. Or do we just want to leave them on? Maybe we just leave it and then we're going to go start working on shadows now. We'll just do that. Couple of hours left to work on shadows. So shadows is another thing. I haven't actually looked at this code for a long time. Oh no, we're not finished on reflections. Reflections don't work if it's a prefab. We need to put that little last bit of code in. So this is like a raw room file, which is just something that would go straight into the game. A prefab is something that is a brush that you paint in the rooms. So this is a prefab, meaning I can put one of these in the room. But as you can see, it doesn't work yet. It's reflecting like the grass, which is crazy. It works on the preview brush. Right. So let's have a look then. What's going on here? So whenever we draw the prefab, prefab, where are we? What do we want to be? Game board, content, prefab, the renderer for prefabs. Prefab. So this is called draw content. Which is going to draw the normal sprite. Which is that tree. Seems to be it. So the pond, then the tree. Must have missed the pond one. So the pond. I think it comes down here for the pond. Okay, the pond. Draw the pond. And then draw reflections. This reflector. It's either going to be there or there. And then it's going to draw animated rig. There's no animated rig there. So what I'm going to do is place this in a known location. -16, 0. Which is here. And that's got prefab stuff in it. So I'm going to draw it, draw the pond, which goes to here. So the reflection bounds, I want to check that the reflection bounds are correct. Oh, it's doing it on the root content, that's why. It's not on the root content. That he wants to do it on, it's this content. Right. We maybe need to pass this content in as well. So we're drawing on the root content, which is not what we want to do. So what do we need root content for? Just on this, show regions and all that. Got options on there to show the stuff. I think root content would be handy. So we need current content as well. So import content, current content. Basically, so we'll have root content, current content. Update all these. There's a lot of them. We fix this. So this is root content prefab. Draw reflections. I think this needs root content. All right, see what compile errors we have. So this is current content, draw reflections, root content. Again, current content, draw reflections, root content. Root content, current content, root content, current content. Prefab. No, this is prefab. No, this is actually this. Correct. Instance draw. So this has a draw. This is like that. Like that. Draw content. So draw content. It's just that. That's it. Instance draw, so there might not be a root content. I think we just do content. might work. Probably broken everything. There we go. So this is a prefab with reflection in it. So what I also want to do is have a prefab reflect onto something else. So this is a prefab in its own right of two things, one thing reflecting on another. We've got this as a prefab. And what I might do is just move this up there. So I want this prefab, which is two grass blades together, to reflect, which it doesn't do at the moment. That's what I want to do next. I think I might have to close the window because it's freezing in here for once. It's usually absolutely boiling. Yeah, just give me a second. Vanbjerg, how's it going? I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Just shutting the window. Almost done with the project. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Is it going alright? You're writing it up. Couple of final bugs to duct tape, yeah. Ship it. I'm just busy working on reflections here. Just need to get prefab objects to reflect into things. Done on paper, cool. Then you say you're giving a presentation for it, did you say? Okay, so I think what we need to do is a reflection. Renderer for this with const reflector. Check we can get in here. That's tomorrow. Ah, yeah, cool. Is it to people or is it to just to your tutor? Or is it to an audience? Large hitboxes. Top time, yeah. You have an if statement for every single collider in the game. Yeah. Awesome. So, the instance is prefab. Prefab. How do we get the bounds of a prefab? That is a good question. Yeah, solve the symptom, not the cause, yeah. Yeah. Rather than chopped its head off. So how do we get a bounds for the entire prefab? Is that an implemented thing? Get bounds. With brush instances, get bounds offset position. Right. So the prefab data is the instance get data prefab content data. If there's no prefab data, we can not do anything. And then we want to go the prefab itself. It's game board content, prefab data, prefab instance path, content, prefab brush ID. Which one is it? I think it's prefab brush ID. But we need to do a to-do. Well, if prefab independent prefab data independent instance ID to do. Experiment with making a collision system. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Collision. So collision's generally two things. It's like intersection, so testing whether two things will intersect, and then response. What do you want to do when they intersect? And there's different algorithms for each thing, so you can mix and match the algorithms, you know. The response. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said yesterday, this is almost all the intersection on this is the separating axis intersection. Bounce pads, slopes. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to actually give something extra velocity when it intersects. And pushing as well. Pushing things out of the way. Rather than always intersecting against a solid object, like pushing stuff. Hitbox intersects with multiple tiles, yeah. Icy surfaces, yeah. Yeah, the very basic. The very most basic intersection is there's no friction at all. So it's kind of like an icy surface. It's infinitely icy. But then you can add friction in if you want to. Yeah, awesome. So the prefab bounds is prefab get bounds. And then it has an offset position, which I think is just offset. Either offset or it's instance plus offset. So I think I'm going to do this. I can't do it here because any kind of drawing I do in here gets drawn into the reflector rather than the, so like the pool of water or whatever. So I have to do it here where it's drawn into the actual world. So I'm going to just try and get that, see what that bounds is right. Draw quad outline in world bounds. I think make Mario clone, yeah. Yeah, cool. Bunch of placeholder graphics, yeah, cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that works alright. That's the bounds of that one. So we've got 2 prefabs in the level. That one. So interestingly, the ponds don't... That might be a little bug. So when I do this, the tree highlights, the pond doesn't, even though the pond is part of the prefab. So what I'm going to have to do, because these are all like little tiny bitty bugs, I think what I'm going to have to do is just make a note. Getting right to the end of it now. Highlighting. How do you spell that? Highlighting prefabs. Doesn't draw an outline around. Alright, so that is the prefab bounds, which seems correct. So just move this about a bit. So we need to see if bounds intersect. Well, if it doesn't intersect with the reflector bounds, meaning we're not in the bounds of the reflector, so we can't reflect anything. Return. Yeah, you could do like a study into all the different types of collision algorithms. Try and implement them all. I did that. I've done that quite a lot. Not with collision. Well, maybe with collision. The last one I did was with anti-aliasing. So I just like wrote about 8 or 9 different anti-aliasing algorithms, and you could just swap between them. We will do some anti-aliasing for this game because the UI will need it if it's going to be 3D. If it's going to move in 3D space, it's going to need it. We'll do it with proper geometry. Sounds fun though. And then we want the Z. Well, the Z. It's the maximum. Here's the thing about drawing a prefab. Reflector or a reflection of a prefab is the prefab's many objects with many different Z values. I think what we have to do is just send it in. Not test the Z here. Just send it in. Just draw the prefab. Like that. Don't have P though. What's P? Instance plus offset. And then that each individual element test. We can do here, we can do a quick test to check that the prefab is in the area that we want to reflect. And then after that, the Z stuff's going to have to be done independently. Multiple moving enemies. If I do it in steps, how many steps is there in a max amount? Yeah. So collision's usually like n squared. You can speed it up by doing some kind of clever level, dividing your level up, like a quad tree in 2D or an octree in 3D. And then you test every element against every other element as two separate independent, or n squared separate independent collision tests and responses. And then you sum all the responses together. And then you set the velocities after you've done all that. So you'll do an n squared loop, and then every entity you're testing will have a sum total of all the collision responses, and then it can decide what to do with them. Usually, yeah. Which is obviously expensive because it's n squared, but then you could divide your level up. So you don't have to, if you've got like an entity here and an entity here, you'd probably have to test the velocities as well to make sure they're not moving incredibly quickly. You probably don't have to test those two. The really good collision detection algorithm test when they're about to hit. Separate and access, the vanilla version of separate and access tests things that have hit. That looks like it works. I need to just move this guy away. I'll make this guy a reflector. He's reflecting. So it looks like the Z bias is kind of off, or the reflection bias is kind of off. For that. So this guy's not a reflector either. So this shouldn't actually be reflecting right now. So let's turn that off. So this shouldn't be reflecting. So let's see why they are. His reflector is false. Oh, because it's going through the renderer. So we're not calling draw content, we're calling draw reflections. pass the reflector along. Is your collision detection deterministic, or does it make some approximations? It's deterministic. The separating axis thing is. As long as you test with a small enough time step and low enough velocities, it will never miss. If delta time was ridiculously high on some potato machine, would the same every level? Same response? Yeah, it would. It would do a fixed update. Doesn't matter on delta time, yeah. Whether it's low or high. What if the code is so slow that the number of steps required will slow it down even further? Good question. So say it took 10 seconds to do a frame, and then you wanted to update it 60 times a second. In that frame, it would do 600 ticks of the physics. And then it would render it. That's what would happen. All right. And if the rendering took like 2 seconds, so the whole frame took 12 seconds, it would then do 720 the next frame. So it would adapt. Same with the cloth, the cloth, and you can destroy rocks in the game as well, and that's the same. So you've got like pieces of rock flying everywhere. So do you think that since it's my own engine for Skullfront, that it's running sluggish? Collision detection should be quick. It should be fast. Like, there's no reason why I can't make it really fast for hundreds and hundreds of objects. I allow some collisions to be prioritized. So I don't think really collision detection should ever fail. No collision detection, because then the game that's technically, I suppose, undefined behavior for the game. So a very last step you could do is like, if an object finds itself in a place it shouldn't be, you have to warp it back. You see that in I haven't seen the code for things like Skyrim, but sometimes they get stuck, the NPCs, and then they just jump to where they need to be. That's their fallback. Usually in pathfinding, but could be collision. It could have gotten stuck inside a collidable. and then it would warp. It would be like, I am stuck. You have to write some nifty code to identify that it's stuck, and then warp it to where it needs to be. It'll fly out of the tight spaces and die here. You can make a lag when you make thousands and thousands of enemies in a tight space. Interesting. That lag might not be physics, it might be overdraw as well. Maybe. If it is physics, that's because usually you do separate the level into zones. And then it's like, if I am in this zone, I only need to collide with things that are also in this zone. So if you've got lots of things in one zone, there's a lot of checks that need to be done. Zone is a chunk. Yeah. Usually the way they're done in 3D games is octrees. Or some binary space partitioning tree. So the chunks are not actually well, you have like the level, which is a chunk, and then you divide the level into two, which is two chunks, and then you divide those into two, which is 4 chunks. So it's like, and then you go all the way down to like the minimum size that you're going to test for collision detection. So it can basically be like, if you've got two objects, are they in the same level? Yes. Are they in the same half of the level? Yes. Are they in the same quarter of the level? No. Therefore, you don't have to do that collision detection. So you keep dividing and dividing and dividing until you get to the minimum. And if they're still in the same zone, you can test them. All right. So now, so they're not reflecting, and now I can make this one a reflector. There we go, it is reflecting now. And then I can make this one a reflector. So they're both reflecting, and then I'm going to put in I don't know, something else. I need something that has a proper origin, really. I'll put in this light. Alright, so it's very bright because there's two lights there. Oops. So they're all reflecting. Can change the reflection bias. It's a bit confusing doing it like this. What you would do is you would go make independent, and then you would do it all there eventually. You just do it here. So you go like make independent, select it, change the reflection bias. Which doesn't work at the moment. If a player in 2D and it has a hitbox that spans around 5 tiles, and it collides with 4 tiles that's solid, 1 tile that reflects like a bounce pad, how should it resolve its new velocity? Usually you sum all of the all of the responses. Take an average response, basically, and then that's the velocity that you would pick, the average. So if you've got like a velocity pointing that way and a velocity pointing that way, and this one's 2 times as big, you'd add them together, divide by 2, and then it would go in that direction a little bit. And a bounce pad would, of course, add a force in when you determine the velocity with the force. So you could do it all with force, I suppose, and then you just determine a velocity at the end. So the force is, I believe, the mass times the square of the velocity. So you could work out the velocity if you had a force and a mass. The solid tile would totally stop the velocity. The solid tile would reflect. So if it had no give, it was entirely solid. And so it was an infinitely dense point, and the thing that was banging into it was also infinitely dense. It would lose no energy, and the velocity would be the reflected velocity on the normal of the strike. So it'd go like, and it'd lose no velocity at all. If you've got something like a bounce pad, it would add velocity to it. So you'd get the incoming velocity reflected about the normal plus the outgoing velocity scaled by that vector with the normal, like the output vector with the normal, probably. If it was a completely soft object that you hit, like some custard, you would lose all your velocity. It would all get absorbed by the actual thing you were hitting. Summing up the results. Well, each collision gives you a force, which is a vector. So it's like you need to move in this direction to not be colliding anymore. If you hit several things at once, it's the average force. That's how you work it out. All right, so we have got prefabs reflecting on things that aren't prefabs. Now we need prefabs reflecting on top of prefabs. Prefabs reflecting on top of prefabs, eh? So let's check that in. Yeah. So you can imagine it like this, I suppose. Just divide the time step down so it's short enough that nothing collides at the same time. If 2 things collide at the same time, divide the time step in half, test again. Eventually you'll end up with a series of collisions, and just model it like that. It's just a series of collisions. So it goes like 1, 2, 3, and then it goes off, and that's the average, if that makes sense. Chrono. You mean standard chrono? Woot Dragon, how's it going? What do you mean Chrono Trigger? Better not be playing Chrono Trigger because this is meant to be royalty-free music. Going good. Nice one. I am doing reflections right now. So we have prefabs reflecting onto prefabs, which I haven't handled yet. Which is the last case, I think. So this is a prefab. This is a prefab. I can grab hold onto it. There we go. So we have prefabs reflecting onto things that aren't prefabs, and that works. Prefabs reflecting onto prefabs doesn't work. So I have to figure out how to do that. Then we need to do independent instance IDs. I might put that in as to do as well, because I'm not going to remember, I don't think. Well, I'll remember when it doesn't work, but independent prefab instance reflections. Well, that's a to-do, really. Oh. Might have done a few of these now. Delete out of date brush files, yeah. Look pond instance. Yeah. No. No. For each tuple without constructing the tuple, yeah. No. Add TIFF support. I don't think we're going to do that. Trees should animate in the sprite sheet editor. Yep. Been playing City. Oh yeah, cool. Okay, so what's this then? How do we get this situation where we can detect a prefab wants to reflect in another prefab? Is it valid to resolve x-axis first and y-axis when it's tile-based? You can of course resolve them separately. You will need to add them together to calculate the final velocity though, not add them together, combine them into one vector. It means running the algorithm 2 times. You need an algorithm. That's kind of what separating axis does, really. I don't know if it tests each axis separately, but it does work if you test each axis separately. Yeah, so I've got this axis thing. Axes. Well, it's not testing like X and Y. It's testing the normal, I think. By the looks of it there. So he's testing one direction at a time across the entire polygon. At some point you got to start building the game world. I know. Yeah, I know. It is true. It's not going to be for a while though, because after this we're doing UI for a long time. And then after UI we'll maybe do like a vertical slice of the game. So we'll do one level, for instance. We'll do one level of the game. It's like an engine development hell. What you have to remember is that this is engine development. This is engine development. I'm going to flip-flop all the time, I imagine. I'm getting to the point now where I'm kind of ready to move back onto game. And that'll last a few months, and then I want to move back onto the engine again, and that'll last a few months. And it'll keep going like that. So what should happen here? The prefab should draw, and then this should get down to here, over a pond, and draw reflections, and it should capture this prefab here. I think what I need to do is delete this pond for now. Delete maybe, yeah. Actually, we'll just make a new room. How are you doing those with with the shader? There's shaders involved, yeah. There's multiple shaders actually. So the pond has a reflection bound, which is like this, which is like an oblong. So anything that goes inside it and in front of it gets rendered to a texture upside down, and then when the pond gets drawn it has the reflection texture there, so the texture will be like the same size as the pond essentially. So if you fall in this region, just get rendered to a texture that's here but upside down, and then yeah, the pond just blends it in. When you do collision detection between enemies and terrain, do they all share some collidable interface with different properties, or are they separate? With terrain there's usually a height map involved, so you know for any place in the world what height you need to be on the floor. And every entity will have access to that. You just be like, given this X and Y location, say X and Y are across the plane, what is my Z position? And that'll look up into a height map and be like, well, it should be at 2. Something plummeting into the ground would need to get the face of what they're going to hit. So because it needs a normal, you need the normal to the ground, which is probably, there probably is a collision. There probably is some kind of data structure that holds the height and the normal at any point. Nuke bird. Yeah, I have, haven't I? It's good. How's it going? Collision occurs between game objects. Which sort of data they hold each? Can be something missing. My engine's not open source, no. Yeah, so if you're a component-based engine, there'll be some physics component that will have in a mesh. So the mesh will be your collidable mesh. So it's not going to be the same shape. Say you're a character, it's not going to be the same mesh as the character. It's going to be some capsule that surrounds the character. So it's low poly. And that just is attached to the character wherever they go. And all the collision detection is done on the capsule. Every element in the world will have its own collision. Every collidable thing, capsule. But the thing is, I'm not 3D, so it's a bit different. So I draw my collision in, so like that, and then you can just add points and stuff. So if you wanted to make the barrels collidable, like that, and then any dynamic object in the game, so an object that moves, gets its own. I don't have a capsule, but it's usually just a circle below their feet, and it just does tests against all of the collidable areas. So I don't know. This wouldn't be how a AAA game does it. AAA probably has some tool that takes in the geometry that builds the capsules automatically. I mean, then that's at least the way I would do it. Right, I just need the loop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Just seeing when an ad was coming, but it's not for another half an hour now. Alright, see you in 2 minutes. Alright. So I've made a new room. I just need to put some prefabs in it. That one. And this grass one with the light. So this is the situation that I want to reflect this guy onto this guy. So what's going on here? So the pond, we need to go to the pond. It's going to draw reflections. So pond and normal. Well, maybe it is root content draw reflections, you know. How do you dispatch game events like the player jumps on an enemy from above? You reflect, but if it's... You reflect, yeah, but if it's from any other direction you take damage and fall through it, but take damage. So if you're coming down at 90 degrees, like vertically, or in some kind of cone, so you take your velocity and then dot product it with the up vector, and if it's, say, below, if it's within some range of 0, like 0.5, so you normalize it. If it's within some range of 0, like 0.5, that'll give you the angle that you're coming in. So if it's below a certain angle, you can just add damage, and if it's above some certain angle, you can reflect off. That makes sense. So you got like the falling velocity and then the up vector. And it would be dot minus vel falling up vector they would be normalized. And that's like the angle. You say it's the angle between 0 and 1. 1 meaning like directly up, 0 meaning directly in from the side. So you could say if angle is greater than 0.8, reflect off, bounce off. The code architecture. Yeah, that's it. That's how you would else damage. in terms of doing damage, like code architecture of doing damage, it's nothing to do with physics. So you would probably just do some kind of like you'd store this angle or something, and then the damage system could come along and read the angle later and do damage. Some kind of callback. Yeah, I mean, you could do an event system. You could do something like so I have like get game events, send, and you could do something like event strike, actor ID, like that. And then the damage system could be like listening for it. So then it'd be like if E equals event strike, however you wanted to work that out in your engine. And you could be like get actor or do damage, or it could be like if angle equals get physics actor ID, or e.actor ID angle if angle is greater than 0.8. So this would be in your damage system. 0.8 damage. So this would be in a different class, this. You could do something like that. And then whoever wants to listen to when the actor's been struck can listen for this event, including the damage system. But you definitely want like a good event system for an engine. Not reusable for other projects. What you want is your event system, which is used all the time in many projects, and your events, which are project dependent events. So your event system can't know about your events. Yeah, you've got to write them completely separately. And then you can throw away your events and make new events for your different games. But your event system's always there. So you need to come up with a design like that. Which is just, you could template the event on your event system. So I have game events, which is the event system, and then I have game event types, which is the game event type. So all these are game event types. Find the list of them all. There's a list of them all. Here we go. These are all the game event types. But the two different systems, the two different classes, one you reuse and one you use. This is different for every game, you see. But the game event system, the way I kind of separate them is the game event system knows about this class called game event types, but it doesn't know what it is. It just knows there is a class called game event types, or a tuple of events, but it doesn't know what is in the tuple. That's the way I get it. So that's the way I separate it. So when you do like send event, it makes a game event, and it has this thing called game event storage, which stores all the game event types. It's allowed to store all of the game event types. Only stores one, but one from a list of game event types. And this is like completely separate now from the actual game events themselves through this game event types object. So if I was to try and send like an int type through this system, it would be a compile time error because it's not in that class, that tuple of game event types. But the game event storage doesn't know what's in there. It just knows there is a class called game event types. And then when you call send, there's a few different sends. So you can send multiple events, or you can send like events separate arguments. I can send one event. That's for engine events. Like I say, there's two different types of events. There's game events and engine events in here. So what to use the system, you just do like get game events, send g event, any of these attacked. So you're like who's being attacked, who's attacking, and then this attachment name is where you're being attacked. So you would fill that out there. So you'd do it like that. But then anyone can listen to it. When the physics engine determines two enemies collided, how does it know? So when the physics engine determines two enemies collided, how does it know each of those two objects collide with each other to begin with? For example, if you turn off player versus player collision. So how does it know to ignore the collision? Is that what you mean? Does it have a function to check if they are collidable based on the two objects? Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a couple of... You could submit a list of things you want to check every frame. Or you could... The physics component could be enabled or disabled with like collision enabled, collision disabled, and when you're actually doing the collision you could just check if it's enabled or not. How does it know whether to ignore collisions for specific object types? You could again submit a list of things you want to collide, check a collision for, and then you just don't include the things you don't want to check. Or if you want to check everything, and it's doing it against a type, by a type I mean an actual type, you would need to have some kind of type checking system in your engine. So if it was like player type, then it would need to know if it was a player type or not. So you need some kind of metaprogramming system to determine its type. How does it know whether to ignore collisions for specific object types? Yeah. Or you could do it like an enum, couldn't you? You could have what type of object it is by enum. And then you could just check that the enum is collidable. Yeah, I mean, you could... I bet most... If you find most physics components, they just have collision-enabled Boolean, and that's probably it. And it's just checked. So before you actually... So when you're iterating through all of the things you want to check, you're just checking if collision is available for it. Oops. So this is going to do it on root content now. Still doesn't work. Now I've put it on root content. Oh, look. That is interesting. What's going on there? That is so interesting. That's not intended. Anyway, let's go back to... It was a different room, wasn't it? And that works. There is going behind the actual... I need to make sure this prefab is like minus 500 in Z-bias. Oh, it is going behind still. Okay. So this is the Z minus 538. Because the Z bias for this, for the instance, not for the is it for the instance? The pond instance. No, it's the prefab. It's minus 500. That means this has to be 0, I think. And if some objects are only collidable from some directions, can that also be made through the type system? So you could do something like you have your collidable component, or your physics component, which has collidable stuff in it. And then you could have an enum, which is like how it's collidable. And then you could have some code which just runs depending on what the enum value is. So if it's collidable via just from the top, you could have an enum value that's like, I'm just collidable from the top, and then that just directs the code to test for collisions from the top. And then if you wanted to hold properties, so if you wanted an enum value that has properties with it, from a code architecture point of view, I suppose you could do like like a standard variant, which would test what variant it was, and then if it's this variant, then collidable from the top variant, and then it has like the minimum angle of collision and stuff. So I'd have is collidable with the angle as a parameter. Can't use standard variant because I'm forced. Right. Forced to use C#. Okay. And they don't have a type erasure. There you go. Either. Oh, it's a language extension. I wouldn't recommend using object. Are you allowed to install its extensions? Just need to find the equivalents. Yeah. And then you wouldn't need an enum probably. You could just test what the variant was. If it's not collidable, there's no variant, there's nothing in it. I'm assuming you're like, I don't really know standard variant very well. Assuming you don't need anything in there, then it's not collidable. If it is collidable, then you'll have a variant type, and that just has the class in which handles how it's collidable. Yeah, that looks good now. Prefabs reflecting on top of prefabs. So if I go to -500, still works fine. Brill. I think that's it. That's reflections in. So if we bring this prefab in, do that, but then bring it forward. And then if I was to suddenly decide that that light's in the wrong place, what I would normally do is I have to do that and then make independent. Can't do that at the moment. What I'd have to do is do this and then bring the reflection bias down. Did that work? Not sure. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some flash in there. Need to figure out what that is. Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep trying, keep coding, and you will eventually pick it all up. So I need some kind of visual indicator, maybe. See, that has not actually, I don't think, affected. The reflection bias has not changed. Which it should do. So we put the reflection bias like -3. And then we begin the pond. And then we want to do the light. Yeah, so this is well, this is also root content. Back to 0. Fu Manchu Reflections is nearly there. It's only been 2 days of work. Which is good. Reflection. Literal reflections into water. Graphics. C++ reflection. I don't think we're going to get C++ reflection with Visual Studio until 2028. Yeah, cool. Yeah, literal reflections. Been working on them today, last 2 days. A few little niggly bugs now. How do they implement it? Shaders. So there is, I'll try and explain it if you're not looking. There's a pool of water, and then the engine calculates an oblong shape, which is like, if you're in this shape, you can cast reflections on the pool. Are you looking? So there's a pool of water, and then there's an oblong shape, which is like this. And it goes, if you're in there and you're in front of the pool in Z, you can cast reflections, and then it makes a render target and then draws them upside down into the render target, and then it just blends it onto the pool. So it's straightforward. I won't allow to use any external libraries to help the game specific logic like physics engines. Jason, yeah, cool. So you might be able to get a standard variant extension for C# then. How's the distortion? The distortion is some purling noise blended together. Two of them blended together and just moving around. Tileable purling noise. So I have image generators. Got an STB purling noise and a tileable purling noise. And they just calculate the normal from them. All smoke and mirrors, yeah. Not physical mirrors though. We're trying to avoid that. Trying to pretend mirrors. That's what they are. See, one of the reasons why I quite like 2D is Siri thinks I'm talking to him. One of the reasons I quite like 2D is you've got to, you know, if you wanted to do reflections in 3D, you've got physics. So you can fall back on the physics and be like, well, this is how it happens in real life, but you don't have it in 2D, so you got to make stuff up. Got till 8 PM. Yeah, good luck, Van Bjerg. When will we have a game? Yeah, interesting. So I'm about ready to go back to doing more game stuff. So the way it's going to be flip-flopping between engine and game. So I did from July until... I did from January till July on game. And I've done from July until probably Christmas on engine. And then I'm going to go back to the game. And I'm going to do all the UI for the game next. There is UI already in the game, but I consider it like placeholder UI. Not real UI. But I have like inventory and the map, which doesn't draw anything. So I'm going to go back and do all the... I'm going to do prop. So this is the finished UI for the game, basically. Game designer Ben, yeah. So no gameplay really. But it's got to be done. And it's going to be... I'm going to do 3D UI, I think. So make it interesting. Look back at first situation, do you cringe? So I look back and I'm like, I'm a lot quicker now, and I use the language a lot more now. C++ language a lot more. I can't remember what it was like right at the beginning because I was a kid. I do remember that I didn't harness what C++ is really. Remember that. Just for me, I think the problem with licensing it is I don't want to maintain it for other people. You know, I'll gladly give people code and stuff, but it's I don't want any maintenance. Like you've set yourself a year, haven't you, of doing it. I'm more, because it's a hobby thing, I'm more just flip-flop forever. I'll flip-flop forever. Probably. Logic and my language knowledge. 1 year's the plan, yeah. Yeah. I think it'll take you longer than a year. Realistically. But I think in a year's time you'll have a lot more idea of what it's like and whether you want to keep doing it or not. And if you do want to keep doing it, you'll find a way. Like I was saying yesterday, even if it's just getting a couple of days a week to get some extra money in or whatever. It's a good amount of time to realise if you actually want to do it. Awesome, yeah. See if I'm using a custom engine or not, yeah. Takes longer to... If you've only got a year, it takes longer with a custom engine. And especially if you've only got a year. Of C# is poor. When I 100% know what I want, I will find a way quickly. Logic is cooked. Architecture and design is hard mode for coding, though. Being good at architecture and design is difficult. It's much more difficult than learning a particular language. So it's okay to need to work on all that. Everybody, I do. I try and work on that every day. With the make game button. Yeah. I was looking at. Do you know? What's he called? Let me see if I can. There's a guy. I don't think he streams. But he's an indie developer, and he was talking. He's a coder, right? Not an artist. So he's been using some AI assets. Oh my god. And I wonder if like. See, I'm for if you're just a coder and you can't draw and you've got no money, but you want to make games, then I'm all for it, I think. Because without it, you can't make games. All the games that you want to make. Let's try and find him. Cliff Harris is called. So he has a YouTube channel which is pretty cool, where he's gone into his game coding. He's successful. I think he's sold about 8 million games. No, wrong Cliff Harris. Positech. Positech, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So he's using some in his ridiculous Space Battles game that he's making. But he's done some coding videos as well, which is good. I think like as the industry is shrinking, like I'm not going to use AI art because I want to try and draw it, but I don't think I have a problem with people using it if they can't draw and they can't hire an artist. As long as they say they're using it. Make the game fun. But it might save you a lot of time, especially if you just do a 2D game in Unity. Well, you don't know C#. You'll pick C# up really quick though. And then you get all your art generated. It's like a difficult one. The thing is, it's like, I'm talking about people who they would not be able to make games. Like they don't have anybody. Like if you've got your son to draw, then you should do that. Switch them out when I think the game is fun. Yeah. AI placeholder graphics. It would be awful though, wouldn't it, if you switched them out and the game looked considerably worse. That's always the scary thing. He tweeted, what the AI he used. Can't remember what it's called now, though. Specifically for game art. No, I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Child labour. I think drawing out for a game would be awesome for a kid. Exuchi, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Paid eyes. Yeah, there's like Fiverr, isn't there? There's a website like that where you can get art. I'm sure there's lots of places to get art. I think human-made art will always be preferred. But there are a lot of people out there who are pure coders. And the other way around. Pure artists, and they want to make games, and they've got no money. And they've got no contacts. Who, if they just want to make games, could use AI for it, maybe. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How's your day going? You having a good day? I'm about finished, actually. I've only got 15 more minutes. I'm making reflections at the moment. Or I've just finished. The only thing that is not working is I have this thing called a reflection bias, which moves the reflection up and down the screen. And that's not working at the moment. Doing well. Someone I knew online. Yeah, hopefully you've got people. When you want to make a game, it's a lot of art though, isn't it? It's a lot of work. So you couldn't ask a friend to draw you an absolute ton of art for free. Unless they loved it. Depends on the circumstances. Maybe like icons, inventory icons. My plan is to draw everything. I've got a Wacom Cintiq tablet. I need to plug in. So it's got a screen, draw directly onto the screen. So I'll be able to stream that. Try and do some art streams. Not enough money to pay for the assets for the entire game, yeah. Yeah, if you decide to pay for it, you're going to go through and release it. Yeah. This music's absolutely bonkers. Alright, let's just, so I've got 15 minutes. I just want to see. So what is, the reflection bias is -3. And then I want to open up that, the room we were working on here. And go to pond. And I want to, when we get to the light, get through all this stuff. Prefab. So the prefab has in it light. Prefab draw reflections. Out of here. Normal. Lighting, draw. No light layers. Oh, did I just miss it? Light layers 1. Coding or relaxing. Yeah. Pay for it if I'm... Yeah. Yeah, I quite like drawing. Never drawn on stream before though, that'll be weird. So the properties. So we've got override properties. Reflection bias is -5, so it's got override properties. Right. So the light files properties is always -5 as well. Okay, weird. Just delete all these. So that reflection bias is -3. Save that. So now when we're actually lighting draw. It's -3. So where is minus? It's -5. So where's -3 going? Oh, it's in the... No. It's in the actual instance. Ah, okay. So I'm doing it in the wrong place. Lighting properties. It's here. So if I put this to 0. Yeah, there we go. Put it to 5. Minus. It's really annoying because I can't see it. I have to go back. Here it comes. This is not normally how it would happen. I'm just going to check it works. Normally what you would do is working now. It's going down. What you would normally do is you right click. What you do is you normally go right click, make independent, and then you would change it right here. The reflection bias. That doesn't work yet. Yeah, that's working all right now. Awesome, happy. Old Mario game. Alright. Yeah. I would say as well, if you're strictly wanting to do physics, just make a shape renderer. Just do quads and circles and stuff. And then you could do Mario after that. But yeah, or Mario, do whatever you want. So reflections are in, not just physics. Also, they all do. Yeah, cool. So you're gonna do. You're still making your own engine. You're not going to use Unity if you're in C Sharp. So I see here as well. This looks odd because the glow-Z bias, the glow should be in front of this. So it looks like it really sticks out. Its future assignments won't allow it yet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just bits and bobs. That's what I recommend. Just make bits of an engine. Make few reusable subsystems. Yeah, make an event system. I think an event system is a good it's a good way to do it. Good thing to do. There are the reflections for that. Okay, cool. So there's this kind of glow-Z bias problem here. Like this is too dark to be right next to a light, and that's because the light's two passes. And the second pass is meant to be like a circle of light that surrounds, that is in front of basically everything. I don't know. Event subsystems and platforms physics, it feels great, yeah. Yeah. I think event systems are good if you wanted to make a reusable resource. An event system is good. A reusable system. And for a physics system, you need to make you want to try and separate like the physics response from the intersection in a way that means that you can have multiple responses. So different games might have different physics responses, and the physics system doesn't know at all about the intersection or the response. So you have three discrete things. Because what you'd want, yeah, I suppose, is like, right, we're going to use this for the intersection, this algorithm for the intersection, and then we're going to use all these different algorithms for the response depending on what type of game we're using and what field we want. And then a thing that handles everything is the third system. Might be hard to do, yeah. Yeah. That is the hard bit. That is the architecture bit. So I can see here that this shadow bias could do with going up a little bit. So what I would do, so what I would ideally do is go right click, make independent, click it, oh, hang on, make independent, and then I would select the actual blade of grass itself. Can't do that. What's this? Follow a goal, mate. Awesome. Thank you. On to the next one. What I have to do now. So we need to make the independent stuff work. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Is make the Z bias go back a bit. Not on the stamp though. Yeah, this is also something that the reflection bias go back a bit. I'm getting mixed up here. I need to make it different. Not back, forward a bit. Maybe not even that much. What are they here? What is it here? 0.4. Awesome. Right, I'm gonna have to head. You'll get better at writing reusable code, Van Bjerg, no problem. Right, I'm gonna have to head off because I need to pick up my kid. She's at art club tonight. But I'll be back tomorrow in the morning. Go and celebrate those reflections, yeah. So tomorrow I want to be able to break prefabs apart and have reflections work, which I think currently they do. If I make independent, the reflections still work. But not, they don't update, look. So that's something I'll fix. Updated reflections for independent prefabs. Yeah, both going to be coding engine stuff. That's awesome. Awesome. Right. See you all later. Thanks for the company. It's been awesome. See